Hi, everyone, and welcome to the 18th Annual Michigan Family Farms Conference. I am Jen Silveri, co-director of Michigan Food and Farming Systems, and I've been a member of the conference planning team for 12 years. On behalf of the conference planning team, we are very excited to welcome you all back this year. We would like to start this year's conference by offering a land acknowledgement. We collectively acknowledge that we gather on the lands of the Anishinaabe, the Council of the Three Fires, Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi peoples. We recognize, support, and advocate for the sovereignty of the Indigenous nations of the Great Lakes, for Indigenous individuals and communities who live here now, and for those who have been forcibly removed from their homelands. We further recognize the ongoing relationship and dependence upon and respect for all living beings of earth, sky, and water. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and experiences. We will work to hold ourselves more accountable to the needs of American Indian, Native, and Indigenous peoples. Thank you. We are really excited to be able to gather with you all virtually over the next 4 days for the 18th offering of the Michigan Family Farms Conference. This conference represents 20 years of convening a diverse, passionate, dedicated, and curious team of farmers, educators, technical assistance providers, government agency staff, and community leaders who will collaborate year-round to plan and deliver this conference. When we gather in person, this conference always feels like a giant family reunion, and we thrive off of that energy and excitement all year. It helps to motivate, recharge, and get everyone excited to jump into the growing season ahead of us. This year, we are gathering in a very different format in order to protect everyone's health and also to grow into new ways of connecting. We have missed being in person with you all and each other greatly and cannot wait until we can safely convene in person. We have high hopes of being able to celebrate convening a conference in person again next year. This year, we're excited to take advantage of opportunities that gathering virtually has offered us to bring together and connect more people from around the state representing diverse histories, knowledge, and culture to share their experiences and stories. As we individually and collectively navigate another season that will be full of unprecedented challenges and opportunities, it is vital to continue to connect to each other, to examine and understand our histories, and to learn about new ways to adapt, continuing to grow in our resilience. We know that we are stronger when we work together and when we understand our history and learn from it so that it may guide us on the path ahead with the hopes of overcoming past mistakes. We are pleased to be able to weave more diverse historical narratives into this year's conference and will strive to do more of this moving forward. We want to thank everyone who has made this year possible. This afternoon, we will be talking about ways to support managing and reducing some of the risks faced in operating food and agriculture endeavors. We will be joined by my close colleague, Dr. Ruben Martinez, Director of the Hooligans and Water Research Institute at Michigan State University. He will introduce Filiberto Villagomez from MIPS and Dr. Marcelo Siles from Hooligans and Water Research Institute. They will discuss the risky business of farming and some of the ways to proactively mitigate some of the uncertainties that we face managing small farms in the Great Lakes. This trio of passionate educators and resource providers has been instrumental in not only understanding the needs and conditions of Latinx farmers, agricultural, and food systems workers in Michigan, but also responding by creating adaptive programming tailored to meet the unique needs of their community. Dr. Ruben Martinez will be retiring this year. We want to thank him for his extraordinary contributions to this work. Thank you, Dr. Martinez, for all that you have taught us, and know that we hold you in high regards and with the utmost respect and gratitude. Our second presentation this afternoon will be joined by the USDA staff from Farm Service Agency, Natural Resources Conservation Service, and Risk Management Agency, who will tell us about some of the many ways that USDA Farm Bill programs can support farms by offering farm income safety nets through crop insurance and disaster assistance programs available specifically for small-scale and diversified farms. We will also hear from Phillip Preston from Greenstone Farm Credit Services, Senior Crop Insurance Specialist for fruit and specialty crops. He will help us better understand how to be prepared to begin working with a crop insurance agent to explore insurance and disaster assistance options for your farm. Following the presentations, there'll be an opportunity for you to have questions answered by the presenters. As you watch today's presentations, please enter your questions in the comment box below the video, and we will answer them during the Q&A portion of this session. We ask that you help out our presenters today by filling out the session evaluations, which can be accessed by clicking the gray session evaluation box to the right of the comment box under this video. Sessions delivered by USDA and question and answer periods will be available in Spanish and English. You can select to watch USDA presentations beginning at 12:50 in Spanish by clicking on the yellow rectangle on the right above this video. This conference is funded in part due to a grant from the USDA Office of Partnerships and Public Engagement for the 2501 program, and through long-standing partnerships and collaboration with USDA agency staff in Michigan. Today's sessions are sponsored by Greenstone Farm Credit Services. The Michigan Family Farms Conference this year is sponsored by Sustainable Ag Research and Education, SARE, Michigan Public Health Institute, MPHI, Michigan State University College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, MSU Center for Regenerative Agriculture, the Michigan Farmers Market Association, the Michigan Organic Food and Farming Alliance, and Taste the Local Difference. You can learn more about our sponsors and vendors this year in the sponsor and vendor catalog at the bottom of this webpage. Next up, we'll have a brief video from Greenstone, and then we'll launch into sessions for the afternoon. Thank you for joining us for this year's conference. We hope you enjoy yourselves.
Starting a career in the agricultural industry can be challenging, but finding the right lending partner can help support your growth. Greenstone's Cultivate Growth program provides the foundation to flourish in your agricultural aspirations. Uniquely designed to support the diversity of today's young, beginning, and small farmers, the multiple aspects of this program provide funding, networking, education, and financing to serve your individual needs. Among the lending options, an exciting part of Cultivate Growth is an emerging loan program, specifically for young, beginning, and small farmers with limited credit and collateral. Cultivate Growth emerging loans have more relaxed financing standards and provide financing up to $50,000 in operating and $50,000 in long-term loans. Along with the unique financing option, customers can also earn an interest rate reduction for the emerging loan upon completion of the Cultivate Growth Emerging Loan Education Program. Participating in educational events and working with other professionals helps expand your knowledge and strengthen your business. Greenstone provides up to $40,000 each year in Cultivate Growth grants to help offset the cost of these programs and services for young, beginning, and small farmers. Current Greenstone customers are eligible for up to $1,000, and non-Greenstone customers are eligible for up to $500 in grants. I encourage you to check out our website at www.greenstonefcs.com/cultivategrowth to find out more about our Cultivate Growth program and the loan options and resources we have designed specifically to help young, beginning, and small farmers.
Good morning. I'm Ruben Martinez, and welcome to this session on small farm risk and management approaches. I'm with the Hooligans Research Institute, and with me today are Dr. Marcelo Siles and Filiberto Villagomez. This session focuses on promoting awareness of risk management on small farms. It's a USDA-funded project with our partners, MIFS, who is hosting this conference today. Risk management is important for the sustainability of small farms, for all farms actually, and it is important that we pay attention to the mitigation approaches that have been developed in relation to production, in relation to finances, and in relation to human risks. It is very critical that we deepen our understanding of risk management. We know that it will require some behavioral changes on our part, and we understand that we need to develop new relationships, particularly with insurance agents, with educators, and also with technical service providers. So at this point, I will simply turn it over to Marcelo Siles and Filiberto Villagomez. Their bios are in the online, so you can, they're connected to this session. So if you want to learn a little bit more about them, you can take a look there. So with that, welcome. We appreciate you joining this session. And Marcelo, take it away.
Thank you, Ruben. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for your interest in this session. Can I have, yeah, it's okay. Okay. Our session is about educating underserved and socially disadvantaged farmers on risk management and mitigation. This was a project funded by the North Central Extension Risk Management Education Center from the University of Nebraska and the Usda. The project duration goes from April 1st, 2021 to September 30, 2022. As Ruben said, this is a joint project between the Julian Zamora Research Institute and the Michigan Food and Farming Systems. On behalf of JSRI are participating Dr. Ruben Martinez, who's the PI. I'm working as a co-PI, and Dr. Lyndon Robinson as a consultant to the project. He's a well-known risk specialist at the Department of Agriculture Economics. On behalf of Michigan Food and Farming Systems, team members were Jennifer Silveri and Filiberto Villagomez. What was the main purpose of this project is to promote awareness of risk mitigation approaches among small and disadvantaged farmers, and to promote awareness of crop insurance policies. Those are the two main goals of the project. During this presentation, we're going to provide a summary of the 5 focus groups that we conducted in the last 3 months. In the next slide, we will show you who participate in these focus groups and summarize constraints facing small and disadvantaged farmers regarding risk mitigation issues. As I told you, we conducted 5 focus groups. The first with Latino farmers with small farms, social disadvantaged farmers, government agency representatives, private insurance providers, and farmers organizations. Through this focus group, we identified what were the risk events faced by small disadvantaged farmers. Most small disadvantaged farmers are concerned about the current climate change. They are facing several issues regarding climate change, like changes in the cropping season, amount of rain, if there's high or lower, change in temperatures, etc., etc. So that's impacting them directly. They are really concerned about this issue. The second point regarding risk mitigation or risky approaches is that most small farmers cultivate only a single crop or 2 or 3 crops that are closely related. So if one of these crops or the 3 crops fail, there's a huge impact on the farming operation from these small farmers. They also face catastrophic events, most of them related to the climate change, pests, floods, droughts, tornadoes, weather-related incidents, fire on barns, vandalism, tree falls on cars or machinery, etc. And then they also cite that the house and wild animals constitute another risky event for their operations. What are the other events or constraints that they face? In the last 2 or 3 years, most of small farmers have experienced important shortages of farm workers. This is due to the new immigration regulations and the policies that the former government had against migrant workers and H-2A farm workers. So those regulations impact directly in the number of farm workers willing to come to Michigan to work, especially in small farms. Now, related to this is the high cost that there is to bring farm workers from Mexico or other countries due to the regulations of H-2A program. Although in the last year, the costs, as Filiberto can tell you, has declined considerably. Not Filiberto?
Yeah, this is a big concern for the farmers because the small farmers have a really big problem because they can spend a lot of money for bring the workers from other country, especially with the H-2A program, because it's too expensive still now for them. The big farmers can do that, but not the small farmers. It's not comfortable for them.
Okay. How high was the cost of bringing H-2A farm worker 3 years ago, and how high is it today?
3-4 years ago was some more than $4,800. Before that, 4 years is more than $8,000 for one farmer. This is too very high. Now it's a little bit better. It's less than $2,500 because all chains are improving this situation a little bit, but it's too slow because the production season is coming every year. And decisions about this programs, this kind of programs, is too slow to benefit the farmers.
Okay, great. Thank you, Filiberto.
You're welcome.
Another issue is the lack of appropriate technology and tools. Here's a very interesting dichotomy. Most of small farmers use simple tools for their operations and some small equipment. Many reasons: the size of their farms, lack of enough funds to buy new equipment, etc., etc. But there are some small farmers that bought a $40,000 tractor or $50,000 tractor, which impacts the cash flow, the monthly cash flow that they have. And they use that tractor for, let's say, for a month in a year. So there's not a well-designed program to develop a very well-known plan to buy appropriate technology for their farms that can do the same work that a big tractor does. Lack of well-developed marketing plan. This is a very spread problem that constrains tremendously, and it becomes very risky for their farm operations. What most small farmers do is they buy the farm, they plant the crop that they intend to produce, harvest the crop, and then they start planning or thinking about how they're going to market those products. The correct way is develop a complete marketing plan before any seed is planted in the farm. So if a farmer has a well-developed marketing plan, so he plants the seeds, produce what he's supposed to produce, And once that is ready for harvesting, knows exactly where, when, and for how much it's going to market those products. So that's very important. Latino farmers concerned about losing money when dealing with insurance companies. Most of Latino farmers that we interview, and Filiberto can tell you more details about this, if they have an insurance policy, they usually have a bad experience dealing with insurance companies. Most of them told us that in the best case scenarios, they, after a catastrophic event or after something happened in their farms, the insurance company will never pay them back the complete cost that they lost. They pay back certain percentage of their loss. Is that correct, Filiberto?
Yes, yes, that's totally correct. This is a serious issue because the farmers don't understand much what is the rules about to obtain information or insurance for their crops, mainly because they don't get easy information in the appropriate language, or there is not much information around them or in the areas about insurance for the crops or for the production. The main things the insurance work is in the buildings, is in the some equipment or vehicles or cars, but not specific for the crops or phenomena important in the crop process, no? Or the crop cycle. This is the main thing.
Okay, thank you. Another issue is the lack of a retirement plan. We were talking with some providers, insurance providers, and they told us that most farmers, when they are close to retire, a year from retirement, a couple of years of retirement, just start thinking about how they're going to deal with their retirement. They never save money through the years. And so they're in a crisis mode that what to do a year before retirement. And there's no planning around there. Another issue related to that is lack of well-developed succession plan or intergenerational farms. So when let's say the owner or the father close to retire or retire, who is going to take care of the farm? If there are 2 or 3 kids, how they're all going to operate the farm? Is one going to operate, the other 2 or 3 going to be out of the farm? Or that's a big problem. So farmers need to have a well-developed succession plan to trespass the farm operation from one generation to the next. If there's not that plan, the risk of continue farming is extremely high, and in some cases, the farm needs to be sold in order to sold and distribute the remaining funds among the 3 or 4 kids that stay. So it's very, very risky not to have this succession plan. Another risk event is the lack of access to credit. In the last 2 or 3 years, we observed that most of farmers that do not have access to credit is due mainly because they don't have a well-kept documentation to apply for these credits. They don't keep their records. They don't. They have very loose record keeping process, etc. So it's very difficult to access to credit now. Since their operations are too small, large banks are not interested to operate with small customers. That's in general. So farmers need to look to alternatives like credit unions or FSA or agencies that can provide the credit. But again, in order to get access to credit, they need to have a well maintained record keeping. Continue. Small farmers cannot afford to buy crop insurance. The cost is seems too high. That's what insurance companies told us. When small farmer has 50, 70, 80 acres in production, the cost of crop insurance is extremely high. Crop insurance is profitable or positive when you're dealing over 200 or 300 acres. But with small farmers, this cost is extremely high. Another issue related to that is that small farmers are mainly producing vegetables, are naturalists, are concerned about the environment and produce locally. So those are another constraints to get access to crop insurance. Again, small farmers have loose operations. They do not have a handbook for safety protocols. Yeah, well, small farmers do not have a record keeping process in place. So if they don't have a record keeping for their daily operation costs, it's very difficult that we can ask them to have a handbook for safety protocols. So we need to emphasize with small farmers to develop these safety protocols in order to reduce any or to deal with any catastrophic event. Now, some small farmers are trying to buy more land or lease more land, but once that they decide to do that, they face with money and labor constraints. They need more money to buy the land, and once that they buy the land, they require more labor to work in that land. So as we discussed before, the constraint for farm workers is becoming critical these days. So if someone is trying to expand its operations, has to take into account very carefully how many more farm workers he's going to need for the extended operation. Well, as a result of a lack of the retirement plan, the succession plan, the intergenerational farming way is decreasing. So less and less farmers are passing their operations to their kids. Most of their kids are not interested in farming anymore, and or there are problems within the family to decide who's going to take care of the farm. Well, what are the requested risk mitigation actions that small farmers pointed at the focus groups? First, develop and provide risky mitigation programs at no cost. So we think that this project is the starting point that could be expanded on a yearly basis to provide risk mitigation programs to small farmers at no cost, both in English and Spanish. Another issue that they are interested to learn more is more information about climate change. If climate change is if they are highly concerned about climate change, they are looking for information on how to deal with this, with the outcomes of the climate change. So that's again a long process, but it needs to be done. Integrated pest management as a way to reduce risk. Well, at least MSU has a very well developed IPM program, but this IPM program needs to extend to be extended to small farmers. Small farmers usually don't have enough or easy access to this program, so they need to extend and to focus more on small farmers. Another request is how to relate food safety to risk mitigation issues. Philip is an expert on food safety, so he can explain us how these two issues are related.
Yes, a lot of the farmers in are trying to do something about food safety, but they understand as low the rules or regulations about food safety. Sometimes they are very small producers. They think that sometimes they don't need it, but when they are growing in with irrigation systems, example, they need to know what is the rules to using the water in the crop development on the water or agricultural water or in the packaged water too. This is really concerns for the some farmers to understand that. And a lot of them are doing some courses about the food safety in Spanish, because we are promoting through MIF and other program. We are doing this kind of courses to bring this information in Spanish to make easier that they understand what is important to know about food safety, because they can get more better relation with the customers. What they can sell easier the products, they can comply for the rules about that, you know. But we need to work a lot about this culture, about food safety culture, improving every time, and giving the opportunity to them to increase the capacity of production with these rules.
Thank you, Filiberto. And since you are directly working with farmers, could you please elaborate a little bit more about the IPM programs?
Can you repeat this?
Since you're working directly with farmers, can you elaborate a little bit more about the IPM programs?
Oh yeah, we are every year we do some trainings about pest management, but the more people is focus and make this kind of trainings to get the certification or the license, pesticide license to buy the product, to buy pesticide or insecticides, but not really in the not really focus on the management of the pesticide to control the pests, in particular in crops, because in fruits like blueberry, because a lot of farmers are growing blueberries, they have a lot of other trainings about pest management in the plants, in the fruits, and the all season. But this is a good point on the fruits, but in other crops it's a little bit limited this kind of trainings about food safety, pesticide, IPM, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Filiberto. Other risk mitigation actions requested by farmers are access to new and appropriate technology. This is a very important issue, since, as I told you before, the dichotomy between small farmers and big equipment. Information about how to operate greenhouses. In the last few years, we observed that many farmers at all sizes are adopting the production under greenhouses or high tunnels as a way to have a more controlled environment for their products. Related to the climate change, in part related to climate change. With this type of production methods, there's a possibility to increase considerably the amount of products that could be produced, and the type of products that can be produced, and the number of products that are feasible to produce under these greenhouses. If they want more information how to operate, because they want to purchase one of these facilities. But to purchase a greenhouse and new and appropriate technology, they will need extra funds. And extra funds can be obtained through credit. Now, a study that we did shows that small farmers and small businesses, the first source of credit are not banks, are the providers. So the people that sell greenhouses are the ones that are providing credits to small farmers so they can access to have a greenhouse, the same with appropriate technology. Another way that they are interested to reduce the risk is through crop diversification. As I told you before, if most of these farmers are producing 1, 2, or 3 crops related among them, crop diversification will help them to further reduce the risk of their farm operations. If one of the crop fails, they still will have 1 or 2 crops that can balance the losses that the crop that failed cause through the farming operation. So that's the way, it's another way to reduce risks. Another way that they're interested is to know about producers association for sharing risk outcomes. As I told you, access to insurance policies for crop insurance is very high for small farmers. So a possible way that they can deal with the high cost of crop insurance would be to form a kind of producers association where each producer pays a small amount of money per month. They build a fund through the months and years. If there's some catastrophic events, they have access to that fund to reduce the risky outcomes of the catastrophic event. Some countries, this is a very popular way to reduce risky outcomes in farming operations. They request also affordable insurance policies. Well, insurance policies could cost a lot of money. Given the size of their operations, they cannot afford to buy some insurance policies. They buy the basics, and the basics of insurance policies have their small letters, and they don't pay what they're supposed to pay, etc., etc. So they need more information about how to obtain more affordable insurance policies. Another way, they are highly interested how to access to credits. The first step is to keep a well-developed record-keeping process. If they don't have that, and they through the record keeping, they cannot develop basic financial instruments like a balance sheet, income statement, cash flows, etc. It's going to be very difficult for them to access to credit. But another way that they can already start doing is to start developing any type of relationships with bank officials. How can they do that? Open a small savings account or checking account, start making small operations, know people at the bank, and then with the record keeping, that could facilitate their access to credit. Now, again, small farmers will be will have more efficient relationship with small banks. The large banks, due to their operations, are not interested to loan a small amount of credits. because their administrative cost is extremely high. They say, well, I prefer to do to issue a $50 or $100 million loan rather than $10,000 loans. And that makes a lot of sense. They also know how to develop a well-crafted succession plan to avoid future problems. I already told you why they are they need to develop this succession plan. Many examples shows us that many farmers without a succession plans, one that the owner or top family member dies or quits farming. In many cases, the farm needs to be sold in order to avoid problems or because anyone is interested to continue operating this farm. Again, as Filiberto was telling you, they need to develop or to know how to design a labor requirement plan. Says, okay, I'm going to increase my production by 10 acres. I need 10 more farm workers this time, etc. Where I can get it, how much it's going to cost me about this, etc., etc. So that's a very, very important plan. Don't wait until the crop is ready to harvest, because at that time, either you will find farm labor at very high cost or not find at all.
Yeah.
What do private insurance companies say about participating in risk mitigation programs with small farmers? Most private insurance providers do not provide or do not sell crop insurance. Only few are approved by the government, or USDA in this case, or FSA, USDA. Only few private insurance. Most of them do not offer crop insurance. And the few that they offer, as I told you, they told us it's extremely, the cost to buy one of these insurance by small farmers is extremely cost, and practically they cannot afford this type of insurance. This private insurance, if they cannot provide the crop insurance, the private insurance provide other type of insurance, like liability insurance for property. Something happened to the property, if there's a fire or a drought or something, or breaks of some of the systems, they can provide liability insurance. If something happened with the machinery, they can provide insurance for that. It's like the type of insurance that we buy for our cars, something like that. Farming equipment. Any equipment related to farming operations can be covered by private insurance. Auto and other transportation equipment also could be covered by private insurance. Private insurance also could provide workers' compensation. I don't know how feasible it is for small farmers with few workers, 10, 20, to buy a workers' compensation program. That would be a very interesting study to do it. Another information that they provide us is that insurance policies cover livestock as property, but not crops. So if you have horses or llamas or cows, they could be covered by insurance policies at difference than crops. Policies could be for processing. It covers from farm to fork. Well, if you buy an insurance, specialized insurance, it can provide you coverage for all the liabilities in your farm, etc., and also could cover the same, could offer the same coverage for all the processing that you could have in your farm, like processing of salsa and other products. Well, farm leases are covered through the same insurances. So if you have insurance for your farm liabilities, you can extend that insurance to farm leases. Okay. Another type of insurance that the private insurance can provide you is life insurance. Life insurance is especially good for transference of the property to the next generation. You have some type of coverage about that. If something happens with the owner, sudden death could be covered through the life insurance. What are the constraints faced by private insurance companies for their farming operation with farmers? The first one is how to get a good reputation with farmers. As Filiberto told you, the reputation of private insurance companies with small farmers is not the best one. So they are concerned how to get a good reputation with these small farmers. Now, they realize that the best way to approach or contact small farmers is through who knows who. So a snowball effect, no? You have one customer and say, well, okay, can you refer me to one or two of your colleagues or people that are working with you in the farming system? Small farmers are usually those with less than 10,000 acres or a few hundred acres. They are not suitable for insurance companies. So, in simple words, insurance companies that says we're not interested to deal with small farmers, in simple words. Some insurance private insurance companies told us that they have very limited outreach to Latino, women, African Americans, and veterans farmers. So it says, well, related to the previous one, if they are not interested to work with small farmers, they practically have non-outreach efforts to reach Latino, women, African Americans, and veteran farmers. Another problem that they are dealing is that several family members are involved in the decision process. This is especially among Latino farmers, where many of them family members are involved and say, okay, are we going to buy this insurance or not? Are we going to produce this or how? Etc. Any type of the decision within the farm is a discussion, a family discussion, what takes a long time and could be very cumbersome. Another issue that currently they're facing are many farmers are moving to hemp, and that's a national problem. They're moving to hemp, and there are constraints and risks, etc., etc. And finally, small farmers need to develop good record-keeping systems. I'm not going to get tired to emphasize two things that small farmers have. Develop a good record-keeping system, and second, before planting a single seed, have a well-developed marketing system, market program. Excuse me. That's it. Thank you. That's it, Jennifer.
There's going to be a question and answer session at 1 o'clock, following the session at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
So it'll be at the same link. So
Yeah.
we to have everybody there to join us.
Thank you, everyone. Great job. We are now going to go on a short break, and we'll be back at 12:50 for the next presentation.
Don't forget to do your evaluations.
Yes, please do your session evaluation by clicking the gray session evaluation box to the right of the comment box under this video stream. Thanks, everybody. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Ben Belcombe. I am a program specialist with the USDA Farm Service Agency for the whole Michigan, state of Michigan. Welcome to Michigan Family Farms Conference. Welcome Michigan Family Farms Conference attendees to our presentation and discussion about putting USDA cost share, payment, and lending programs to work for your farm. As you can tell, this is a bilingual session in both Spanish and English, and I am Ben Belcombe with USDA Farm Service Agency. As I mentioned, Anna and Charlene are narrating and translating on the Spanish channel. Our technical experts today are Brian Frieden from the region, who is the Regional Director for the USDA Risk Management Agency, and myself, Ben Belcombe, Program Specialist for a USDA Farm Service Agency in Michigan. At the end, we'll answer the questions and comments provided in the chat. So that will be at the 2 o'clock session, which will follow all the presentations. Now I'll turn it over to Brian Frieden, who's going to talk to you a little bit about federal crop insurance and the microfarm policy.
All right, thanks, Ben, and appreciate the opportunity to speak with everyone today. All right, on federal crop insurance, we have a new policy, the Microfarm Policy. The Microfarm Policy is offered through Whole Farm Revenue Protection, which is WFRP, and is enhanced to better meet the needs of small-scale farms. It includes coverage for specialty commodities, organic commodities, and local farm-identified, preserved, and/or direct marketed commodities. All right, Microfarm Policy. What does it protect? It protects your farm from a loss of revenue that you earn or expect to earn from all commodities on your farm, with the exception of timber, forest, and forest products, and animals for sport, show, or pets. It includes coverage for commodities you produce during the insurance period, whether they are sold or not. And it also covers commodities you buy for resale during the insurance period, up to 50% of the total. All right, the Microfarm Policy. The policy minimizes underwriting and record-keeping requirements by not requiring you to report expenses or revenues for individual commodities. It's available to producers who have a farm operation that earns an average allowable revenue of $100,000 or less, and carryover policies are allowed up to $125,000 of allowable revenue. The Microfarm Policy covers natural causes of loss and decline in market price during the insurance period. Establishing coverage is looking at your historic revenue and taking the lesser of that or the expected crop revenue. So what causes a loss payment under the Microfarm Policy? Natural causes of loss and decline in market price during the insurance period. So when revenue to count for the insurance year is lower than the insured revenue, a loss payment will be paid. Taxes must be filed for the insurance year before any claim can be settled and is based on a Schedule F form. There are benefits for beginning farmers and ranchers. The benefits include an exemption from paying the administrative fee and an additional 10 percentage points of premium subsidy for additional coverage policies that have a premium subsidy. All right, the deadline is the sales closing date. And for Microfarm, It's March 15th. So where can you get more information? You can contact a crop insurance agent for more information. And you can also find information on the RMA website. There is a list of crop insurance agents in your area, policy information, a cost estimator, which is like a premium calculator, and fact sheets, and a whole lot more information for you to look at. So if you go to www.rma.usda.gov, you'll find this additional information. All right, turn it back over to Ben.
Thanks, Brian. Hello, everyone. Again, I'm Ben with the USDA Farm Service Agency, and today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about one of the other crop insurance programs that we offer through Farm Service Agency called the Non-Insured Crop Disaster Assistance Program. The Non-Insured Crop Disaster Assistance Program, or NAP, as we usually call it, is administered by the Farm Service Agency and provides financial assistance to producers of non-insurable crops to protect against natural disasters that result in lower yields or crop losses, or that prevent crop planting. You can sign up for NAP at your local USDA service center. Eligible crops must be commercially produced agricultural commodities for which crop insurance is not available and be any of the following: crops grown for food, crops planted and grown for livestock consumption, such as grain and forage crops, and including native forage crops, crops grown for fiber, such as cotton and flax, except for trees, crops grown in a controlled environment, such as mushrooms and floriculture, specialty crops, such as honey and maple sap, sea oats and seagrass, sweet sorghum and biomass sorghum, industrial crops, including crops used for manufacturing or grown as feedstock for renewable biofuel, renewable electricity, or bio-based products, value loss crops, such as aquaculture, Christmas trees, ginseng, ornamental nursery, and turf grass sod. And last but not least, seed crops, where the propagation stock is produced for sale as seed stock for other eligible NAP crop production. So as you can see, we have a wide range of crops that we cover under this NAP program. Eligible causes of loss include the following natural disasters. So it can include any type of damaging weather, such as drought, freeze, hail, excessive moisture, excessive wind, or hurricanes. It also covers causes of loss, including adverse natural occurrences, such as earthquake or flood. And it also covers conditions related to either damaging weather or adverse natural occurrences, such as excessive heat, plant disease, volcanic smog, or insect infestation. Like federal crop insurance, the damaging weather or adverse natural occurrence must occur during the coverage period, before or during harvest, and must directly affect the eligible crop. So how much does this insurance program cost? NAP provides basic coverage equivalent to the catastrophic level risk protection plan of insurance coverage. So oftentimes we refer to that as CAT level coverage. That is based on the amount of loss that exceeds 50% of the expected production at 55% of the average market price of the crop. For all coverage levels, the NAP service fee starts at $325 per crop. If you have more than one crop that you're insuring, you will not be charged more than $825 total for that one administrative county. For a producer with farming interests in multiple counties, the limit charged will not exceed a total of $1,950. Higher levels of coverage, also called buy-up coverage, can range anywhere from 50 to 65% of the production. For this, you must pay a premium in addition to the service fee. And those buy-up policies, I will mention too, that they cover 100% of the price. So you get extra coverage on production and price. However, you may be eligible for a service fee waiver and reduced premiums, and we'll get into that in the next slides. Reduced rates are available for beginning, limited resource, socially disadvantaged, and qualifying military veterans, and those groups may be eligible for a waiver of the service fee and 50% reduction in premium for those buy-up policies. So that's effectively free catastrophic coverage and half off of your premiums if you fit into one of those groups. A beginning farmer is defined as someone who has farmed or ranched for less than 10 years. A socially disadvantaged farmer or rancher is a member of a group whose members have been subject to racial, ethnic, or gender prejudice because of their identity as members of a group without regard to their individual qualities. For the purposes of this program, these groups include American Indians or Alaskan Natives, Asians or Asian Americans, Blacks or African Americans, Native Hawaiians or other Pacific Islanders, Hispanics, and women. Please know that our staff is not permitted to guess or ask if you are part of one of these groups. You would need to let us know. So if you go into one of our county offices and tell them that you're interested in coverage on this program, you would need to let them know that you belong or fit into one of these disadvantaged groups. So how would you go about getting started? Before you enroll into one of our programs, you would need to register for a farm number. So no matter which of these programs you're interested in, the first step is registering your farm with USDA. Registering your farm allows you to apply for FSA, NRCS, and RMA programs. To get your farm number, contact your local USDA service center to schedule an appointment. You can find your local service center online at offices.usda.gov/locator, and that'll point you in the right direction of who to contact if you're interested in one of our programs. Linguist services are available by request for your appointment. So we would like to hear from you. That concludes the introduction to USDA production income safety nets. And we'd like to hear from you and answer some of your questions. And we'll have the opportunity to do that at the 2 o'clock question and answer session. So that concludes my portion of the presentation today. And I appreciate you letting me have the opportunity to be here with you and to tell you about some of these opportunities that we have to offer.
Thank you so much. We're going to go to a brief break and then we'll be back with Phillip Preston from Greenstone Farm Credit Services.
Hi, everyone. My name is Phillip Preston. I am a crop insurance specialist with Greenstone Farm Credit Services. I want to thank you for taking the chance to join a talk like this, and we'll go over a lot of those things. But I know crop insurance isn't what everybody's excited about when they're thinking about starting their farming dream and taking off in the world. It's definitely you don't think, boy, I can't wait to deal with insurance. But I assure you, it's important, and I hope that we can communicate some of the ways to best utilize it today. I'll give you a quick bio here. I started working in crop insurance as a part-timer shortly there after another career, and was working as a crop adjuster, multiple crops, working in corn, soybeans, wheat, but also apples, peaches, and veggies, and all sorts of things. And it was a great learning experience and a great entry point into crop insurance. Eventually, I moved over to Greenstone Farm Credit as a crop insurance specialist and kind of an originator for crop insurance applications for customers and helping them through the process. So kind of switching to the other side of the fence of insurance. I kind of alluded to this. I want to acknowledge the fact that I'm not going to be your most interesting talk today. Crop insurance and government programs are rarely the most exciting thing to sit down and chat about. And I realize that, and sometimes I bore myself on all these conversations. But I want to make sure that you take the time to focus on your business's future and on all those headwinds that you can't prepare for. Some of those things you can fight all day. Some of those things are just going to catch you. So that's what crop insurance is there for, and it can be the only difference between making a margin and a profit one year and falling backward. And I want to encourage you to realize that there is room for crop insurance in your organization. It might be the only way to keep your dream alive through the storm. Let's talk about what crop insurance is. Crop insurance has been around since it seems like the colonial days in some version or another. But the crop insurance that we have currently really came to life in 1938 on the heels of the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl. Obviously, a very pressured time for agriculture and a strong learning curve. Since that time, it's evolved and grown and strengthened. And it's really become the pillar of agricultural support from the federal government. It's been hailed as the best alternative to the supplemental disaster bills, which were extremely expensive and not guaranteed. They occurred after the fact, sometimes years after the fact, and were also very expensive and not very targeted. Sometimes folks that didn't deserve a payment got money, and sometimes folks that really did deserve some support didn't get anything just because of a county line or a region declared, where crop insurance is something you put as part of your forward plan. Since 1980, federal crop insurance is operated through a public-private partnerships rather than just being through the USDA. It's actually proctored through the private industry, and that's why you see someone like me working in the industry. It's been a great tool to help reduce cost and to make sure that resources are where they need to be. What is great is it's largely bipartisan in the legislature. It seems like both sides really love the tool, and it fits well, and it's constantly improving. There are four major segments that operate this arrangement between the USDA and the private sector. Those players are the private insurance companies themselves. The USDA authorizes specific insurance companies to sell the product, which interesting is the USDA kind of crafts this product, sets the pricing and sets the terms of engagement. So no matter who you buy it from, it should theoretically be the exact same price and the exact same coverage, which gives you an opportunity to shop for quality. The Federal Crop Insurance Corporation is a nonprofit created through this process that it's really, we want to put more on the government side, but it's also got a public board. And it really kind of creates the policies and the basics, and it also subsidizes the expenses for the AIPs and for the grower. The Risk Management Agency determines the terms. So the Risk Management Agency, you've probably heard of the USDA FSA. You may have heard of USDA NRCS. This is the USDA RMA, Risk Management Agency. It determines the terms, sets the rates, regulates the insurance companies, and generally makes sure that quality and rules are being followed. And they're a great, great partner. I've been very happy with our experience with the USDA. The private agents and agencies like myself sell on behalf of the insurance companies, and we usually work with 3 to 5 insurance companies, but there's up to 19 out there at any one time. And we sell the services and the policies and link you up with the insurance companies, and then kind of become your advocate and your partner through the process. Now, where we see a lot of the change and improvements coming to the crop insurance world is through the farm bills. And we actually really saw some benefits. You know, crop insurance covers a lot of things. It's been really, really good at row crops. And it's slowly and regularly improved on specialty crops. And in the 2014 Farm Bill, we saw specialty crops highlighted and a lot of pressure to improve crop insurance for specialty crops. And then we saw that again in 2018, and we saw really strong movement in 2018, which really benefited a lot of programs that are finally starting to get their feet right now. You may have already heard a talk on micro farms and microfarm crop insurance, and whole farm revenue insurance was improved with the 2018, but micro really came out of there. A lot of great nursery products came out of there. And we're seeing even more still generate out of that 2018 Farm Bill. 2023 Farm Bill's right around the corner, but we can only hope that specialty crops and agricultural risk management are on the top of mind, and they usually are. So farm credit, along with all of our partners in the agricultural community, as long as people that you know are likely involved in helping craft the 2023 Farm Bill and what it's going to be able to deliver to Michigan agriculture and agriculture in general. Crop insurance is pretty broad in Michigan. It's actually one of the most broad states, I think only second to California. Across the state, now this is sometimes county specific, but across the state we have a ton of crop insurance policies, and almost a guarantee that if you're growing anything federally legal, we probably have a crop insurance policy that we can attach to it. But as you can see, just on this list, apples, blueberries, peaches, corn, and the list goes on. We have a robust availability for trying to find an option that crop will work. Microfarm is right around the corner. Actually, we know the deadline was just here March 15, so that was a good tool that we're just setting up now for the 2022 years, but will also be available going forward. So anybody that's under $100,000, this is a great tool that covers almost every crop in Michigan and in the United States, and is definitely something that folks making less than $100,000 should check out. But my point is there's something out there that will probably work for your operation. Okay, so let's talk about, we can talk about all the policies. I could give you education on everything. I could give you education on all the different layers. But I think that would just bore you and may not be accurate to your operation. And so I think a better talk would be on where do you start and who is that first person that you contact to start working through the process. And that's your agent. So your crop insurance agent is a private agent that either works for an organization like mine, Greenstone Farm Credit, or many of our competitors. And they're out there doing a good job to try to help farmers manage risk. So what is a crop insurance agent's job? Your crop insurance agent is your guide and resource through the process. And like I said, I could teach you about everything there is. We'd be here for hours and hours and hours. But it's better to get you in touch with somebody that can do the job and guide you through the process as it applies to your operation and your operations needs. Your agent needs to be proficient in all policy types that your farm qualifies for and how they interact. Your agent should also be proficient or at least knowledgeable in a lot of the programs that are through other USDA departments, especially FSA. There are programs like ARC, PLC, NAP. In recent history, we've had WIC Plus and QLA, and a lot of these things have interactions or requirements that come from crop insurance. So your agent needs to be familiar with that. So when we're thinking about who our agent is and what we're looking for in an agent, these are really high quality points. Your agent's job is to quote and provide insight and experience on how policies worked, how it's worked for farms like yours, how we can use it on a farm like yours, and what that's going to cost you. There are also some private products that these individual insurance companies also offer above and beyond what the USDA offers that should be evaluated for most farms. Your agent's job is to help you pick an appropriate insurance company, help you select the right policies, help with application process, help with all the reporting. Sometimes there's a robust amount of reporting. Sometimes it's pretty easy. How to monitor your policy. Their job is to monitor your policy while underwriting through the adjustment process and give you advice and help steer you through that process as best they can. And as always, they're your advocate and your educator. Your job, so this is a partnership, and an agent can't do it all. They can't know everything that's about your farm. So this is really a 50-50. And the best relationships where we've got a good farmer that's committed to the policy and a good agent that's committed to the policy, that makes a great relationship and success and positive usage of the program. So how do you be the best you can be in this process? Well, ask questions. And I'm going to say that phrase a lot, ask questions. Even the most minute detail, you should know. And there's that phrase, there's no dumb questions. Well, you need to know it, whether it's dumb or not. And it's going to be, you're spending money on this tool just as much as the USDA is. So you should really know what's out there for you and how it works and feel comfortable with it. Know your paperwork requirements and focus on consistency with those paperwork requirements. I know in the heat of harvest, sometimes paperwork starts to fall apart, and it really is something that you need to step back into and focus on, because that can be the difference between really a beneficial, positive experience and sometimes a difficult experience. Keep your agent in the loop. I can't tell you how many times I've been surprised by something that's happened on a farm and someone hasn't called me. And I even make a point to drive by a lot of my farms on a regular basis and just do a window check to make sure that things still look the way I was expecting them to. Let them know if you've had a claim event. Let them know if you're changing your farming plan. Have a farming plan. And don't forget to tell them, if you're not feeling good about something, if the claim process isn't going right, if you don't understand the policy, if you don't understand something, keep them in the loop. Know what you're covered for and read the policy. It's not too terribly many pages. Yeah, it's written often in legalese and lawyer speak, but that's where your agent comes in. You read it, follow back up with your agent and ask those questions and say, boy, I don't understand what they mean here, or how does this apply to me? That gives us a great opportunity to keep growing the conversation with you. How to spot a good agent. A good agent uses all their available resources to maximize your guarantee and reduce your premium. All agents have access to the exact same product at the exact same price. So aside from some private products that we do see some price variance in, you have the chance to shop for quality, because shopping around isn't going to get you a better price. Shopping around is going to get you a better experience. Good agents ask a lot of questions, and sometimes people think we're fishing for, we're being a salesman and fishing for something to sell you. And the reality is we're just trying to wrap our head around your farm and make sure that what we are selling you is accurate to your needs, and make sure that we're not missing a great opportunity to utilize one of the tools in a better way. So answer questions and ask questions. Good agents don't assume, and they don't offer limited selections. Oftentimes an agent won't offer you a selection until we know a lot about your farm. And we might seed stuff in there. Okay, this is interesting. This might work for this. Let's keep talking. This might work. But we're not just going, oh, you're a corn farmer. Well, you're going to buy this. Or, oh, you're a tomato farmer. You're going to buy this. No, there's questions to ask. Good agents are teachers. They show you what the policy does. They interact with you and really want to teach you about the product you're buying. They don't assume that you know how all these things work, or you're self-taught, or that your previous agent taught you all these things. So how do you spot a good agent? Continued conversation here, right? So good agents will always offer you a solution that you qualify for, or at least help you move toward qualification. Sometimes you're not quite there yet, or sometimes something doesn't align right yet, or it's not worth your money yet. A good agent will spot that and have good, truthful conversation with you, but they'll also say, if we change these things or if we proceed this way, you'll get access to some tools, and these are what they look like at the moment. So keep on the path. Good agents will not tell you there's nothing we can do. We can always help you understand what's out there, what's around. And like the next point here is we can help you find other things. We think outside the box. We look outside of our own industry and we say, you may not have anything in-house, but NAP is a great tool for you, or or maybe this product that we have and NAP is a great tool for you. So don't underestimate the other tools out there. And even though a good agent is not going to make any money off of pointing you toward another industry, it means that they've got your farm in mind first. Questions asked. So important questions that you can help identify whether or not this agent's right for you. Do you have experience working in farms like mine? A lot of agents specialize and maybe they don't work with your type of farm very often. Is this insurance company or AIP right for me? Why? A lot of agents realize that where their claims adjusters are located at, how easy the claims adjusters are going to be able to get to you, what a company specializes in, or what are they favored or known for. It's important to make sure that AIP or the insurance company that we pick is right for your operation. Do you carry E&O insurance, errors and omissions insurance? If your agent screws up, which we're all human, if there's an accident that's truly your agent's fault, do they carry insurance that's going to cover that miss on your behalf? If there is an issue, not all these things can be solved. And so an insurance company might turn down a claim because something's not right. If that's truly your agent's fault, they should have insurance to help cover that. Do I qualify for any benefits? Beginning farmer rancher, limited resource, veteran farmer rancher. Do I qualify or fit any of these definitions that may help reduce my cost or increase my coverage, or any or both? Do you have support? I think this is one of the more important ones that I always want to get after. Life happens. I could drive out my driveway tomorrow and get in a car accident or go on vacation. That doesn't mean that you should not have a resource available to you while I'm unavailable. So a lot of agents have support. For example, I have a 4-man team that works with me, and we're actually hiring another one soon that will be able to respond in the absence of their peer. So what are things that affect the quality of my insurance? What can I do to help make sure that this goes right for me? And what are things that I can do with year-over-year improvements? Can I start keeping paperwork differently? Can I monitor or sell things differently that will give me more options inside the program? It's a long-term relationship, and I really do believe this. An agent buys into your farm. They want to see success just as much as you do. And most of us are ag nerds. We love to see what's going on out there and what Michigan's getting their fingers into and trying and doing unique. But not every agent does everything. So you need to make sure you're focused on finding an agent that's able to partner with you. For example, I'm very fluent in fruit and specialty crops, including microfarm and whole farm. I work with a lot of apples, blueberries, peaches, cherries, and veggies. I also work with a little bit of hoop houses and just unique options and small farms. But I'm not really good at row crop. Corn, soybeans, and wheat are just not things I focus on. And I think those are great things, and I have peers that are focused on those. I'm going to refer those customers to them so they get a better experience. Work to understand your documents. Learn how to review them for accuracy. Long-term partnership, again, the agent is doing their best to prepare this paperwork accurately based on the information you gave them, but make sure you understand them. Make sure you read through that so that way that partnership can occur. If you find errors, you can catch back up with them and we can get ahead of them before they're a problem. Know your deadlines and work to be early. Deadlines are hard deadlines in my world. Once we get past this, a sales closing where you can no longer apply, or once we get past a reporting date when you can no longer report, those get locked out, and it can be very difficult to proceed forward and impossible in most cases to change or apply for something. So know those deadlines, be early, because agents get a lot of people that are procrastinators and follow up with them in the last week. And that can be a big challenge, especially when you're trying to focus on quality, but you have a deadline that is going to come and work needs to be done. Give us a farm tour. Show us what you're doing, what's cool about your farm, what's interesting about your farm, what is your farm focused on, and what are some of the side projects. We are farm nerds and ag nerds, and so we like to just tour farms, and it's just fun. But oftentimes we can identify opportunities or concerns while we're on the farm that will help avoid problems and look for opportunities. The take-home message. find an agent that's as vested as your farm as you are. Find an agent who's willing to tell you the truth, regardless of how it's going to make you feel, and know that that agent is doing so because they are in your corner. And they're doing their best to make sure that your experience with the program is perfect. Never going to be perfect, but we're always going to try to make sure that every T is crossed and every I is dotted, right? Be prepared to keep good records. And that's true across the board, right? So for farm security, food security, for record keeping, taxes, finances, and for crop insurance, good records are never a bad thing. Read your policy and ask questions. Know the rules and provisions and ask questions. Crop insurance has saved so many farms in our state, in our country. I couldn't stop as if I started labeling them all. I've been personally involved in delivering checks that made sure a farm kept its doors open. And I've personally been involved in delivering claim checks that make sure that that farm is profitable and moving forward and following its farm plan. So I hope through this process, I've given you a chance to understand who your crop insurance agent is, who they are to you and what you need from them, and how to recognize a good one. I hope that I've also encouraged you to check out crop insurance. It's not as daunting and it's not as difficult as it looks, and it really has been successful in making sure that farms continue forward. It's a great subsidized tool that's typically low cost and typically very positive in years you need them. I want to thank you for coming again, and thank you for giving me a little bit of time to listen to insurance and government programs. If you have any other questions, feel free to reach out to me or my team. We're always happy to help. And I'd also encourage you to go to the USDA RMA's website, where you can also find an agent locator that will help you start tracking down someone that's going to be able to give you help. Appreciate your time, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the question and answer section of today's afternoon session. We're excited to be joined by Phillip Preston with Greenstone Farm Credit Services, Brian Frieden with USDA, Benjamin Beckholm from USDA, Dr. Ruben Martinez with Hooligans and Water Research Institute, Dr. Marcelo Siles, and Filiberto Villagomez. Our first question from the chat box. If you're joining us live and you have questions or comments for the presenters, please enter them in the comment box under the video. Our first question, and I'll just kind of popcorn to whoever wants to respond, is which 2 or 3 crops are most commonly grown right now? And did the growers indicate which crops might be most interested in exploring to diversify their operations? So that was specifically directed for Dr. Martinez and Dr. Siles and Filiberto Villagomez. Which crops are most commonly grown by the Latino farmers that you interacted with? And which crops do you think they might be most interested in exploring to diversify their operations?
I will take a shot at that. I think, as small farmers, many of them are producing basically fruits and vegetables. So the primary fruit, if you will, I believe, is blueberries. And then after that, it becomes a mix of other things. I mean, some of them are producing tomatoes, chilies, and other kinds of products for the market. Marcelo, you want to add to that, or maybe Filiberto, who's out in the field a lot more? Filiberto? I guess we started too early. But those are the principal ones. And then what was the second part of the question?
Do we have any understanding of which kinds of crops growers might be most interested in exploring to diversify their operations?
Yeah, I think that some of them are considering moving into hoop houses and greenhouses and so forth. So I think they're still in the vegetable area, and it's just a matter of what the demands are in the market for the kinds of things that they're capable of producing in those settings.
Wonderful, thank you.
So we have found, some that are into asparagus, but not that many. And several of them are into tomatoes, particularly those that you can make salsas with and so on. So there's a variety of those types of vegetables that they're trying to produce.
Beautiful. We also know some of the producers are interested in growing traditional types of maize and corn, which they use for various products and traditional cooking. If you're joining us live right now streaming through the website, we're here with our presenters from today's afternoon sessions around risk management and crop insurance. If you have questions or comments, please drop them into the comment box underneath the video. While we're waiting, I'm wondering if you all have any questions for each other between the presenters today. You're not getting any more questions or comments back into the feed yet.
Well, I appreciate the questions rather the presentations by Brian and his colleagues. I'm really interested in knowing what kind of outreach they have to small farmers, and how can we improve their understanding of the kinds of products that are available for them to minimize and reduce risk on their farms.
Yeah, this is Brian, and I think a lot of that goes through our partnership agreements that we work with local groups on. We've got a partnership for this year in Michigan that provides some of that outreach that we do. Also, we're looking at other ways that we can, our regional office, even though we're located in Springfield, we cover 4 states, anything that we can do to assist producers and to get information out on new programs like the Microfarm Policy, which I think fits well for small scale producers, to make it a little bit easier to do the record keeping, but also provide coverage. And with that program, the subsidy is actually 80%. And then if you're a new farmer, you can get an additional 10% premium subsidy. So I think that makes that product affordable for farmers to provide that level of protection to help them out.
Thank you. And do you have materials in Spanish for those who are most literate in Spanish rather than English?
I'll have to check. It's new. I think we do, but I can make sure and share those with MIFs to get that information out to reach out to growers in Michigan. So I think we do, but I will make sure we get that forwarded to you.
Thank you.
The other thing we can do, because MIFS hosts one of the partnership agreements that Brian mentioned, is identify which of those materials we don't have translated yet, and then work with USDA to facilitate that process.
Okay, I think one of the programs that's probably less known is the NAP, which one of you mentioned. I don't know which one of you mentioned it, but I think it would be good if we could have some sense of how many farmers were really taking advantage of it and what are some of the barriers for them. I think part of it is awareness. And then secondly, what kind of materials are available in Spanish to try to do outreach with them as well.
Yeah, thanks for the good question. I think part of your question maybe is more appropriate for Savannah, who is our outreach coordinator, who couldn't be on today, unfortunately. But I'm sure that we do have materials that are translated to Spanish for those individuals who are more comfortable with Spanish dialogue or resources. To what extent, I'm not exactly sure without looking. I know you had asked about outreach that we're doing. Again, Savannah's our outreach coordinator, but I know there's a ton of material. If some of your producers have internet access, there's so many resources available just by simply searching on farmers.gov or usda.gov. They can find lots of information there about these different programs. We have a system called Gov Delivery that you may or may not be aware of, but if producers simply go into or contact their local service center, they can sign up for this Gov Delivery program that gives them monthly announcements on different program updates and program availability and deadlines and things like that. So I really encourage producers who are looking to find more information. I think that's a great resource because it gives so much information about so many different programs throughout the year. And we try to gear those Gov Delivery bulletins toward what's most applicable for that time of year. So if there's an application deadline coming up for the NAP program, which I'm the specialist for, maybe in February, we're putting out information about a March 15th deadline for certain crops for the NAP program. So that's a great resource, I think, on top of just going in and doing some research on those websites that I mentioned. And then above and beyond that, I know Savannah does an excellent job for Farm Service Agency with outreach to groups like MIFS and other outside organizations and partners to try and get the word out about these programs as well. And like I said, or like Brian said, when he's talking about those additional subsidies for some of his microfarm and some of his other programs, NAP is very similar. I talked in my presentation about waiver of service fee for some of these socially disadvantaged groups and minority groups. You can get a waiver of your service fee, and you can also get a 50% reduction in premium for buy-up level coverage. So there's no premium for basic level, we call it 50-55 coverage. That's catastrophic level coverage. If we can waive the service fee for individuals that meet the criteria to be in one of those groups. So essentially that's free catastrophic level coverage through the NAP program for a lot of the crops that you were mentioning: blueberries, tomatoes, asparagus, crops like those are typically covered under NAP. I know RMA has some presence on some of those crops as well. So that varies a little bit depending on which county you're producing those crops. But there's some really good opportunities to get your foot in the door, so to speak, on having that safety net and that insurance on those crops, especially if you're in one of those groups.
Thank you, Ben. So if I wanted to go to Gov Delivery, what is the URL or the keywords? Is that a .com or a .gov?
The Gov Delivery is a sign up. You sign up at your local service center. So if you simply go and contact your local FSA office, they can get you, all they basically do is get your basic information to get you entered into our system. And then those Gov Delivery bulletins are distributed through email. So as long as the producer has an email, they should be able to sign up for that and have those notices, monthly notices, delivered straight to their email, and then they can read up on it.
Do you have to be a producer, or can a scholar like myself sign up?
I think anyone can sign up for it. So I don't think we would turn anyone away from getting more information about these programs.
Wonderful, thank you. Appreciate your response.
You bet.
I'll take a second and interject there too. I want to make sure that, we've got two different USDA guys here. And what's really interesting is sometimes these programs are symbiotic. So you're going to approach FSA for that NAP program. That's Ben's neighborhood. But NAP is really good at targeted losses. So individual crops, you may, if you're a diversified operation, you may have NAP coverage on 3 or 4 different crops or 5 or 6 different crops if you're getting diversified, where the whole farm revenue policy and the Microfarm Policy are umbrella as well. They work symbiotically with NAP because NAP can cover the zone within the microfarm or whole farm revenues deductible. So you can actually have both. It's not always all or nothing. And that also diversifies the risk management on a farm. So it really gives a lot of these small farms some windows to cover smaller crops, like maybe just their kohlrabi or whatever they're growing, and then a way to cover that larger umbrella for more revenue-based problems.
Thank you. So you're saying that they can target specific crops, and then there are broader policies that'll cover the whole product line?
Well, that's so NAP, the NAP coverage is covering anything that crop insurance doesn't have a direct crop for. So if we don't have a policy directly for that crop, so you couldn't buy NAP on blueberries in Ottawa County because there's a blueberry policy in Ottawa County through the USDA RMA. You approach an agent like me for USDA RMA products and FCIC products, and you approach the FSA office for NAP. In USDA RMA, we have larger umbrellas like whole farm and microfarm that Brian discussed that covers the whole farm. It's a big umbrella. You could lose an entire crop and maybe not get a payment because that wasn't enough to affect your farm's overall revenue. But the NAP product Ben has may target that one specific crop, and you can align those losses. Once you've exceeded the NAP revenue, once the revenue that you receive from NAP or the claim that you've received from NAP exceeds the deductible of the whole farm or the micro farm, then some of that's going to get counted as revenue to count, but it still makes both policies very symbiotic and diversifies the risk management, just like you're diversifying your own farm.
Thank you, Philip. That's very helpful.
Thanks, guys. We have a couple of questions popping in from the chat that I'm going to get to. I also want to mention that following the conference, will be a series of more in-depth workshops between MIFS and JSRI and some of the folks on this call, other USDA staff to dig deeper into these programs. So stay tuned to social media and our newsletter for that. The next question I have is from Love and Labor Farms. And they're asking what types of provisions or programs are geared specifically, or are there any geared specifically to urban farmers who farm 5 acres or less when it comes to crop and disaster assistance programs?
I'll take the first. Oh, go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to say the Microfarm Policy is kind of targeted towards where you don't have to report revenue from individual crops. You just have to, if you have a lot of different crops you sell at a farmer's market, you can go ahead and sign up for microfarm, and it would, as long as you have receipts for the total, you can insure it that way. So it does provide some value there. And then it also, I think we've tried to simplify the record keeping to make it a little bit easier for smaller scale operations to go ahead and meet requirements and be able to get paid on claims. So Ben, did you want to go ahead and add some stuff in on there?
Yeah, I was just going to say from the NAP perspective, we can insure basically any number of crops that a producer wants to insure, and we can insure them down to the 100th of an acre. So, the sky is the limit on how small we insure, maybe is a weird way to say it, but we definitely will insure less than 5 acres. We do that on a pretty regular basis. One thing one thing that I will say is that, you know, someone else, one of the other presenters spoke about good production records, and that's pretty important for that program. And I would say Brian would probably agree that it's beneficial for RMA private insurance as well. So sometimes, you know, we get the comments from producers that the record keeping and the paperwork is overwhelming, and I can understand that. And so my suggestion would be, you know, maybe if paperwork is a daunting thing for you, if record keeping is daunting for you, you know, maybe you want to just not insure all of your crops. We definitely will insure whatever you want to insure, but you always have the option on which crops you want to insure as well. So maybe if you have 5 or 10 crops that you really want to insure, maybe you want to insure your top money making crops and just focus on the record keeping for those in particular, rather than, I mean, we've insured, you know, probably 50 plus different crops for individual producers from time to time. So that's a lot of record keeping when you're dealing with production records for 50 different crops. So that's just something I would recommend and keep in mind. But like I said, we'll insure basically any small acreage that you want to insure, as long as it's commercially produced, commercially marketed crop. We'll take care of it.
Excuse me, a question. You just said that these programs can be insured through private companies, private insurance. Why private insurance? Well, it looks like private insurance don't know about these programs because, or they are not interested at all to insure small farmers.
I'll weigh in on that since I kind of represent the agency side. So there are a bunch of when we're specifically talking about crop insurance that's flowing through the USDA RMA branch and FCIC, that's delivered through the private industry. So there's agents like me that write with, I think I have 7 insurance companies I can write with. RMA goes out and essentially approves certain insurance agencies to work with them. It's not you're not going to go to your average car insurance agency to buy this. There's specialized insurance agents. Those insurance agencies don't sell their own crop. And I will admit, to a certain fault in my industry, we're often obsessed with corn and soybeans, and that's been a big part of the world for crop insurance for a long time. There's a lot of specialty agents out there. Like for me, I avoid corn and soybeans, and I specialize specifically in the specialty crops. So there's a little bit of self-advocacy that needs to go there. You can call an agent and say, hey, I have these crops. Is there anything for me to insurance? And that's, I think, why I think the USDA is starting to do an amazing job of kind of doing this outreach and teaching people at the ground level what's available, so they know what to approach an agent for. It's a little bit different where, and sometimes you got agents that, if you got 5,000 acres of corn, they probably have 3 agents that have knocked on the door looking for their business. Where if you have $50,000 worth of diversified veggie crops, in the past, we haven't even had a lot of offerings there until we had whole farm revenue and microfarm. And now you're going to have very specific agents that are looking for that business, not as diversified as the base. So self-advocate.
Thanks, Phil. That's a great response. Good questions. We have 2 more questions. That leads us really well into the next one, which is, how might food hubs or aggregators partner with us on some of these programs to support farmers in their network? Is there any way to invite speakers in to talk to farmers in their network or share resources? And do you all have any previous experiences that you can share for getting the word out about these programs? So I can jump in on that for behalf of MIFS. We will be developing some programming that can be shared, and we'll be developing some resource toolkits to put outreach through different networks. We're always also happy to help you connect with partners like the folks on this website or people specific to your region that can come in from USDA or from Greenstone or some of the private insurance agencies and work in small groups or virtually to deliver outreach and education about these programs to your farmers. We're happy to set up those connections, and we usually have great response from our agency staff partners, getting folks in the room to talk with your growers.
Yeah, and I'll just say, you know, we've enjoyed working with MIFs and similar groups, you know, trying to get information out and talk about crop insurance and options, make sure both producers understand on the record keeping side what the requirements are to put them in position to take advantage of the programs, but also kind of help match up, you know, what's available with what they might need. And our office is happy to work with, you know, I guess it's kind of almost like the self-advocating part. You know, we're happy to work with anyone to try to educate and help producers out to understand what's available and how they can use products. So whether you connect to us through MIFs or directly through our office, we'd be happy to try to work with you to make sure that information flows and you've got what you need to protect yourself.
Yeah, and I'll echo that response. I feel like I'm speaking for our outreach coordinator, Savannah, who couldn't be on the call today, but you know, definitely, you know, that's a big part of her job as the outreach coordinator, to connect with different partner groups, to provide that information and outreach, you know, to a broad demographic, a broad range of people throughout the state of Michigan. Savannah does a great job with that and does probably way more conferences and speaking engagements like this than I'm even aware of. So definitely, you know, you can contact any group that you're a part of and, you know, run your questions through them, and USD will be responsive as we possibly can be to get you that information. Or you can always contact the Michigan FSA state office here in East Lansing, or even direct your questions to a local USDA service center, and they can forward that information on to the state office on your behalf. So I think there's lots of ways to get connected. You know, it's been mentioned a couple times, but self-advocate. If there's something you're looking for, just start simple. Start with your USDA service center, start on the website, or, you know, just contact one of our offices and we'll do everything we can.
Thank you. I have one more question that I want to ask you guys from the comment box so far. Again, if you're joining us live and you have questions or comments for the presenters, you can add those into the comment box under the video on this website. The next question is actually about farm loans. And I know we're asking you to step a little bit outside of what we've talked to, but suspect that you all have some knowledge on this front. And the question is, hi there. I'm looking to apply for a beginning farmer loan and having trouble navigating the process. Is it possible for someone, sorry, I'm just going on my screen. Is it possible for someone to help me walk through the loan navigation process or maybe point me in the direction that's right? Any help would be greatly appreciated.
I'll jump in from the USDA standpoint. I don't work in, this is a little disclaimer here, but I don't work in farm loans at all. That's not my realm of expertise, but I can tell you that we have service centers scattered throughout the entire state of Michigan that have farm loan program technicians and farm loan officers throughout the state of Michigan that can help point you in the right direction. So that's kind of my generic response from the USDA standpoint, is just to once again reach out to your local FSA service center for any farm loan options that we might offer through USDA. If you're looking for private farm loan information, maybe someone else, Philip or someone else on the call field that one, but you know, there's different avenues there and different resources depending on who you want to work with, I guess. But I feel like there's a fair number of farm lenders out there that can either help you out directly or point you in the right direction of someone who can.
Yeah, and I don't want to use this platform too much as a farm credit pitch. If you don't know what a farm credit is, Google it. It's a unique concept in the lending world. I would echo what Ben said. I'm not a lender inside our business. I strictly work in crop insurance, and frankly, even inside that, I work in fruit and specialty crops. So we're very specialized. That said, the loan guys' offices are 2 doors down, and they do a great job. I would say that go ask a question, go sit down with them. We've got resources. We've got people that are willing to help. We have an entire mentorship program designed around that just launched or kind of relaunched under a new platform this year. So that's never fear to ask questions. We have those abilities. And in fact, farm credits and FSA have reciprocal loan situations where we can do 50-50 loans, or FSA can even put down collateral on stuff. There's a million different types of loans that flow between our organizations. Even though we're not really a government organization, we've got a really, really strong relationship with them. So I'm not your guy, but there's guys and gals out there that are extremely proficient, and it just takes a phone call.
Thank you guys so much. One of the things that we can do following the conference, we'll be posting these recordings and also additional resources that have come up that people have needed. So we'll be sure to post to the website some of the resources that exist between USDA and Greenstone Farm Credit and our other partners nationally to help guide you on that beginning farmer farm loan process, including the mentorship programs that were mentioned. One of the things that's been asked by Love and Labor Farm is if anybody can touch on services that are available to support accessibility for producers in counties that are not rural and in regions where their service center is located far from where they're farming, or they may not have transportation to physically get to a service center. This is, I know, true for a lot of groups in Detroit. And so can you guys talk a bit about how we can respond to improve accessibility for some of those growers who don't have the ability to get to a USDA service center or a farm credit office?
I'll touch on that a little bit. This is just from my perspective, but you know, COVID has been hard in so many ways, but one of the things that resulted from the COVID pandemic that's beneficial for business like this and conversations like this is that things have become a lot more streamlined and a lot more digital and a lot more electronic, and things can be done from longer distances without ever stepping foot into the office. Sometimes it's really nice to just meet with someone face to face, but we do have a lot of options as far as you know, there's always the old school method of just calling someone at one of our service centers to talk with them for a little bit and get some information. They can send you, they can email you resources for information. They can email you forms. We have different digital signature methods and drop boxes and things like that to receive information back from you. So there's a lot more information that's passed electronically now than maybe ever before, specifically as, you know, after this, the advent of the COVID pandemic. So, you know, I just don't let the distance worry you so much. I know that's a challenge for some people, and I totally understand that, but feel free to reach out and see, try to do as many things as you can over the phone or electronically as possible so that you don't have to be making those trips. I think you might be surprised how much you can learn just by having a conversation over the phone, or how many things can be accomplished in applying for some of the programs or loans or things like that that you're interested in, how much of that you can do electronically.
I'll throw in crop insurance. Like I said, is delivered through the private industry. Most of us, not all of us, most of us. So there's a ton of crop insurance agencies, not just Greenstone, that offer crop insurance. Most of us are mobile. We, just like Ben said, we've got email, Zoom, Teams. I don't know how many different platforms I've used in the last 2 years all of a sudden. But we're mobile. Yesterday was the last day to sign up for Microfarm for the 2022 and whole farm revenue for 2022. And my truck did about 450 miles scrambling the last minute sign-ins to get folks that had already been working with me the last few details and getting final signatures. So 400 miles gets you a long way around Michigan, and my truck has a lot more in the tank. It's getting a little more expensive, but we can still do it. So, and I know my competitors and other good folks that are doing the exact same thing. So usually just takes a phone call and starting the relationship, and before long you have somebody that's at your kitchen table or wherever you're doing business, working through with you on the crop insurance side.
Thank you. Again, if you're joining us live, we're gonna have a couple more minutes for question and answer. You're welcome to drop comments into the box below the video on your screen. I want to thank everybody who has joined us for presentations and question and answer today. And let everybody know that after this workshop, after the conference is done on the MIFS website, we will post all of the recordings of these videos as well as resources that were mentioned aren't already posted on the website below the video you're looking at right now. As Phillip mentioned, a lot of the Microfarm insurance program just closed yesterday. But it's our goal over the coming months to bring to you some resources and workshops around how to get prepared to sign up for crop insurance next year. Things like how to work with your agent and resources that are out there so that you guys can start making sure that you're setting your best foot forward in record keeping and preparedness to be able to access these programs next year, or programs that's deadline have not passed so far yet. Sorry, my wording got a little awkward there. Seeing no questions and comments coming in, I just want to leave it open for final remarks from any of our presenters. If anybody has a last word to say, and if not, then we will bid you adieu. And thank you greatly for joining us today.
Jen, I have a question for our guests today. Taking it from the point of view of a producer, for the benefit of those who would be viewing our recording in the future. If I have a 10-acre farm of blueberries, or I happen to have a hoop house or a greenhouse in the city, which of your programs is most appropriate for either one of these scenarios?
From the crop insurance side, there's not a straightforward answer until I know more about your farm. I think I tried to make a point on that in my my talk. We need to sit down. We need to talk about how long you've been at it. What are you doing? What's your current plans? What's your future plans? What have been your greatest risks? There's no one size fits all, and the USDA and RMA and FSA have been really good about developing diverse tools that are available to Michigan farmers. So I'm actually honored to be sitting with these guys here. They're doing a great job in delivering amazingly diverse tools, but that also means there's not an amazingly singular answer. And that means we need to work together to find that answer. Yeah, blueberries. Okay, you're in Ottawa County. Maybe the yield program works better for you. There's what we call an APH program that guarantees a specific yield, but maybe the Microfarm Policy works better for you, especially if maybe you're focusing on organic or local delivery. or maybe you're trying to venture into the commercial world and you're sending everything to MBG or another large blueberry buyer. Each one of those questions deserve an answer before I tell you what you should buy.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just mention too, when we like the microfarm, which we just put out this year, we try to figure out what we could do to take the whole farm program and get it to work better for small scale producers that didn't want to go through the paperwork. So this is the initial version of that. It's a pilot program, and we'll continue to kind of make changes as we go. So I think for producers, if you looked at crop insurance 3 years ago, you might want to take another look because the program evolves and we try to make improvements as we go so that what may not have fit your operation a few years ago may be a better fit now. And then the feedback we get as this program rolls out will also help us improve the program in the future. So I think those are the things that as producers, we want your feedback, but we also want to make sure that the programs work for growers, whether they're small or large.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that, both Philip and Brian's sentiment there. I think we would need to get some more information in order to, hone in on what specifically that producer is looking for and what fits their farming operation the best. Maybe they live in a county where blueberry insurance is not available through RMA. So in that case, NAP insurance might be their best option through their local FSA service center. And, maybe they're looking for, okay, I just want to have some level of coverage as cheaply as I can get some support and a safety net for my operation. Maybe they fit into a socially disadvantaged or minority group, and they can get literally free coverage through the NAP program for basic level coverage. So, I try to promote that a lot because I think a lot of people are missing out on that opportunity. And so, I think either going to a local crop insurance agent for private crop insurance or their local FSA service center, either way is going to be a step in the right direction. And if RMA doesn't have an option that works well for them, they'd probably direct them to their FSA office and vice versa. So, they've mentioned already, we have a good working relationship between RMA and FSA to try and have something available for everyone to make sure that we're providing that safety net for anyone who needs it.
Thank you. Well, as you can imagine, someone who has never had this type of insurance is looking out on the horizon here and sees all of these things. Your responses, I think, are all in agreement, and that is contact one of these offices, go in and learn about what's available so that you can make some informed decision.
Exactly. Yeah, and I would throw out there, don't assume that the perceived cheapest option is actually the cheapest option. I know I serve a lot of small blueberries, and when I first took over a bunch of policies that had come over to us, they were all in catastrophic policies, and that catastrophic policy in the USDRMA cost $655. However, if I put them into the higher policy that doesn't have the $655 fee, we were just charging a premium. And there was a number of growers that I doubled their insurance for them, and it only cost them $110, not $655. So strip the assumptions back a little bit on your way through the door. Don't say, no, I just want the catastrophic policy. Just say, let's learn about what's right for you. Let's go through that whole quoting process to find the best moment, the best spot. And it takes time. It takes everybody's energy, but it's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Wonderful, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate all of the presenters and your candor in answering these questions. As I said, we'll have resources posted on the website following the conference. We are now going to take a break for today, and we will be rejoining the conference this evening at 6 p.m. and we hope you can join us then. Thanks and take care. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you very much to our interpreters, Shailin Valera and Ana Zazuerta, too, for interpreting for us. We really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you for having us.
Gracias, adiós.
Hello there, and welcome to the Michigan Family Farm Conference Day 1 evening session. I am Savannah Hollow. So tonight we will share a storytelling video from Adam and Lacey Ingrao of Be Wise Farms and host a live presentation about federal cost share programs for farmers available from the USDA that will be delivered by myself, representing the Farm Service Agency, and Daishan Melbert from the Natural Resources Conservation Service. Following the presentations, there will be an opportunity for you to get your questions answered by the presenters. And as you watch the presentations, please enter your questions in the comment box below the video, and we will answer them during the question and answer part of the session. This session is also available in Spanish. You can select that option by clicking on the yellow rectangle on the right above the video. Today's sessions are sponsored by Greenstone Farm Credit Services. The conference is also sponsored by the Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education, Michigan Public Health Institute, Michigan State University College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, MSU Center for Regenerative Agriculture, Michigan Farmers Market Association, Michigan Organic Food and Farm Alliance, and Taste the Local Difference. Additional conference support comes from the USDA Office of Partnerships and Programs through the 2501 program. You can learn more about sponsors in the sponsor and vendor catalog at the bottom of the webpage. So thank you for joining us, and we hope you enjoy the conference. Now let's get started. Here is a video about Upper Peninsula, or UPER, Michigan beekeepers Adam and Lacey Ingrao.
I'm Lacey Ingrao, and this is Be Wise Farms. We have been here since 2018, and we do a variety of products, including lavender, honey, opportunity.
I'm also with Be Wise Farms. Mainly what I do here on the farm is related to our beekeeping operations. I do a lot of workshops here for beekeeping. We run the Heroes to Hives program out of the farm, which is a nationwide program we offer for veterans with partnerships with MIFS and MSU. And then we also do all sorts of other fun things around wellness and helping individuals come to the farm as a way to reconnect with the natural world, both through agriculture and then just being in the Upper Peninsula.
Bright and early, the ducks are up with the sunrise, so they are making noises and quacking, and we hop up fairly early to get them out. And from there, we cover a multitude of tasks, including anything from harvesting to planting to winter preparation as of right now. What else?
Yeah, I mean, on a regular day, we may pop into the bees to do inspections to see how things are going. I mean, obviously during the height of the season, we're pruning plants, we're maintaining our fields, managing pests, doing all the things that farmers do, and really it just becomes a part of our daily life, just being it with the farm and managing it as a part of our lives.
And that's just outside. Right. We also maintain, we do our own website and bookkeeping. We do all of it on that end. And we also participate in a lot of programs off the farm. We do some international work as well as work stateside. So if we're not outside working on the farm, we're inside doing something regarding the business. We do small batch honey or varietal honey. So we pull boxes after very specific blooms. And bottle that honey. Everything is from start to finish right here at the farm. So we harvest, bottle, and put it out on the shelf. We don't do a lot of wholesale accounts because we don't have a hard time selling honey. So we have a couple throughout the area, but most of the honey that gets produced here gets sold here to the community and people passing by.
Yeah, most of that honey stays, I'd say, pretty local for the most part, which is pretty awesome. I mean, it's one aspect of our business. I think one of the things I love about the work that we do is that we have these local aspects of our business, like the agricultural aspects, the products that we're producing and feeding our community. But like Lacey had mentioned, the international work that we do, it's not just here on the farm. We're able to touch lives all around the world, and some of the programs that we've participated in through a USAID with women farmers from East Africa, those types of programs allow us to not only give to our community here, but also give to the broader world community with the knowledge that we've been blessed to be able to have here.
And we've developed some really great relationships because of it. I have some products even here in the store from Uganda because we've developed such a great partnership with some of the women that had came here from that program. So it's really continued us and furthered us on to be able to highlight some of those things even now.
We started with MIFS shortly after we moved to Michigan. We moved here in 2013 for me to go to graduate school, and the whole way we came into contact with MIFS was because I was writing a SARE grant at the time as a graduate student, and somebody told me about this amazing organization that I should reach out to reach underserved communities in agriculture. And that's where I really wanted to focus with some of my work. And I'll remember MIFS was still located at MSU, on MSU's campus, and they happened to be the building across from my building. And I walked across that street and introduced myself to Michelle Napier Dunnings, who was the executive director at the time, and told her that, hey, I was interested in doing some work with veterans. Do you guys ever do that type of stuff? And she basically allowed me to do any kind of outreach work I wanted with veterans. We ended up starting the Veterans and Ag Network. And then from that point on, I kind of stepped back a little bit from MIFS, and then you started working for MIFS.
I started shortly after as their program manager and helped out with a variety of projects, plus their conference every year. And then in 2018, I believe that was 2015 when I started. In 2018, I had to take a step back completely because of the farm that we had in Lansing, and it just needed a lot of attention. Mm-hmm. And at that point, I stepped back from program management and took on the role as their event coordinator for the Family Farms Conference, Michigan Family Farms Conference. And that went on for about 3 years, and this last year, we just transitioned that over again to a new coordinator.
Yeah. And then as Lacey was working as coordinator, I was serving on the board for MIFS, and Lacey, you left MIFS, and I ended up coming back to MIFS this year, helping with doing some grant work and other projects for MIFS as well. So, MIFS has been a huge part of our lives. And all of the work that we have done here on the farm, the programs that we've been able to access through NRCS, through state programs, through MDARD, all of that has been because of our connections with MIFS and what we've learned, not only working with MIFS, but working for MIFS. Our MEEP certification has been largely because of the work that we've done with MIFS and just the access and knowledge of these programs that have allowed us to do things on the farm that just have been a game changer for us, and allowed us not only go from what we were at one point, which was part-time farmers, to now we are both full-time farmers, which is what we've been striving for the last 16 years.
And we do owe a lot of that to MIFS.
Oh, absolutely.
Sure. Yeah. Adam and I met a little over 16 years ago, and this was the goal the entire time that we've been together. We've worked to get to this moment.
Yeah, it's been a huge part of our entire strategy, our life strategy. So when we met, we were both working in jobs that were, I was a full-time mechanic, Lacey was working in loss prevention and retail, and we're living in Southern California and doing what everybody was telling us we should be doing, working the 9 to 5, and it never worked for either one of us. And I know very early on, we had conversations about, what is the dream? Like, where do we want to be? And where we both wanted to be was on a farm. I had worked on farms pretty much growing up entirely, and have worked in agriculture most of my life. Lacey comes from a family that is literally one generation removed from the farm. And so we had this dream of kind of recapturing this life that we felt we had control over, which was producing our own food, providing food for our communities, but feeling like we were part of something bigger than just the machine. And everything we have done for the last 16 years has been to get to here. We've got 2 undergraduate degrees, 2 graduate degrees, and all of that was not to become some, professor or doctor or anything like that. It was all to become a farmer, but to be, the best farmer we could and take advantage of all the resources we could to get the knowledge base to be successful. And here we are 16 years later, with a successful farm business and one of the most beautiful places in the world. And I think we scored.
Yeah. And to ensure, this whole entire time that we know what nature does. We know what the exposure to nature does. And it's a healing environment. And the more that we can introduce people into that space, I think the better this place will be. And what we've done up until now that's been a huge focus for us as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of obstacles to becoming a farmer. And I mean, just like us, we didn't own land. I think for us, the whole strategy to get to this point was not to throw ourselves into debt to become farmers, because that strategy never seems to work out. You've got to, even though there is, you can take on some of that, it becomes a real big burden later on. And so one of the things that we started with as we were getting going was we worked with the Lansing Garden Program. I'm forgetting what the name is, sorry.
The Lansing Garden Project?
Garden Project. So yeah, we started working with the Lansing Garden Project, and we literally leased our property to start this farm business. And it was a low cost lease. It got us in, it got us land without any, major financial barrier.
And that was through the land bank.
That was through the land bank, yeah. And that really helped. Having that incubation period on a piece of property that did not break the bank was huge. It allowed us to develop our online infrastructure. It allowed us to develop our name. It allowed us to get involved in the agricultural community. And all the time, we didn't have a huge mortgage that we were paying to land that we were trying to create profit off of. That was one of the huge, big barriers. And then we waited for the right property. And when we found the right property, we had put ourselves in a position where we could take advantage of that without, again, breaking the bank.
I think, I think getting into this business, our challenges are going to be a little different, right? Just based on, I was doing this full time for a really long time initially, before Adam was able to step away, and as a female farmer, just being taken seriously, being taken credibly is a huge barrier, and I think that's shifting and changing. But I've had people walk in here and say things like, "How much of the farm do you do?" "None of it," and you just think to yourself, I understand the perception, but there are a lot of us out there. As women farmers that are taking the land back, and it's such an important place to sit. And so while that's not a barrier, because I don't allow it to be a barrier, just maneuvering within the world can be sometimes a challenge. But we've done things. We do things intentionally. Every step of the way, we don't put ourselves so far deep into something that we can't pull ourselves out, and I think that's a huge part of it is setting really strong intentions throughout this entire 16 years, and just kind of going through that process. One of the ways that we tend to survive is diversifying, ensuring that we're doing multiple things, that we're growing a variety of products or variety of crops to turn into a variety of product. And we still do off-farm stuff. So I do wellness classes. I teach movement classes and yoga classes during the winter, specifically as a way to bring income when the farm is not as active during the winter. So diversifying has been a really big part of our business, and ensuring that we're just doing a lot of things all the time to make it work.
Yeah. I think another thing kind of also for beginning farmers, and it's been key in our success, has been being part of the farming community. There's so many times where, and I know a lot of friends of ours who may be in this boat where, they're really good at farming, but they're not so ready to be out there and working with the community and talking about their story and helping people, create their own stories. And I think that's one of the things that has been really key for us in accessing programs and getting help with things, is that we have entrenched ourselves into the farming community and to the local food movements. And not only are we working with organizations like MIFS and being part of the things that they do, but we work with other organizations like Taste the Local Difference, and even with the farm bureaus. I mean, we're constantly trying to find ways to be involved in our community. And as a business owner, especially as a small farmer, that's key, because that's how people learn who you are and what you're doing, and start to learn the story about your products. Because I mean, one thing I've learned over this entire journey is that when it comes to selling your farm products, it's not just the product that you're selling, it's the story behind the product. And that's what your customers want to hear. Is they want to hear the passion, they want to hear the love, they want to hear why you're doing what you're doing. And I think that's one of the best things about, kind of what we do, is that we're out in the community talking about it, and we're trying to share that passion with others. Not only get them excited about local food, but also just to get them excited about agriculture in general. I mean, farmers are the 1% that in this country, and it, a lot of people don't have the opportunity to even see a farm or be on a farm, and those are the types of things that we like to be part of. And
you start by starting small, and especially as beginning farmers, most of us have off-farm jobs, right? When we start, especially beginning small farmers, many of us do. And we start small. You start with one product, you start with one size product, and try to get yourself out there. Maybe you start with one market a year or 2 markets a year, right? Start with one crop to grow, and then you move to another. It's that jumping in both feet, which can be really good and useful at times. If you have all of the resources to make that happen, then it's great. But if you are not coming from that lifestyle, not coming from you're maybe a generation away like I am, and we don't have farms to pass down, right? We didn't take those farms over from our grandparents and our parents, and we have to start exactly where we're at, and trying to force that or push that really gets you in a position where it's hard to come back. It's hard to come back from it. So my advice would be, start small, dip your toe in first, and then take a foot in. Just take your time.
Yeah, I would agree that definitely taking it slow is the right approach. I mean, it took us a long time to get to this point, but it's not because we were wasting time. It's because we were building the skills and trying to figure out where we fit in an agricultural market. We know lots of farmers that grow vegetables, and everybody grows vegetables. And one of the things I think with a lot of beginning farmers, especially when they're getting started, is that they want to grow their own food, and that I think is the best place to start. If you want to get into agriculture, start by growing something you like to eat and figure out how to master that. Because when it comes down to it, most plants are very similar in how they grow. And so kind of getting that skill set is where to really start. I mean, and especially if you're coming from an area where there's not farms around, maybe you're from an urban area where there's not a lot of agriculture around. One of the great ways to get started would be to kind of reach out to people who are doing it in your area too. I know one of the things coming up working in agriculture most of my life, some of the things I value the most are the experiences I had early on, where farmers would, really kind of talk to you about what they were doing, and I won't say so much mentor you, but just allow you to be in the space with them to see kind of how does a farm function. I know in beekeeping, it's something that I talk about a lot with the people that I work with, is find a mentor. Find somebody that will talk to you, that will show you how to do things, and make sure that mentor is successful in whatever it is that you're trying to get to. I mean, oftentimes that's the best way to get started, is to learn from others. And that's an easy way to get into anything that costs no money, is just to help out somebody and learn from them. Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us at Be Wise Farms. We love sharing our space. We believe it is healing. We believe there's wellness to be had here. and we look forward to sharing it with you.
Next time you're in the Upper Peninsula, stop by.
Welcome, Michigan Family Farms Conference attendees, to our presentation and discussion about putting USDA cost share, rental payment, and lending programs to work for your farm. As you can tell, this is a bilingual session in both Spanish and English. I am Savannah with the USDA Farm Service Agency. Anna and Sherlyn are narrating and translating on the Spanish channel. At the end, we will answer the questions and comments provided in the chat on the bottom of the screen. First, we will introduce land conservation technical assistance. And at that, I'm going to hand it on over to Daishan with NRCS.
The USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service provides conservation technical assistance to landowners at no cost. An NRCS or Conservation District employee can visit your operation and help you identify natural resource concerns and opportunities to improve conservation practices. Landowners are under no obligation to address any resource concerns that are identified. The landowner may be eligible for financial assistance programs that help with the cost of implementing conservation practices to address resource concerns like soil erosion, agrochemical storage, and nutrient and pest management. The Environmental Quality Incentives Program, known as EQIP, provides financial and technical assistance to agricultural producers to address natural resource concerns and deliver environmental benefits, such as improved water and air quality, conserved ground and surface water, increased soil health and reduced soil erosion and sedimentation, improved or created wildlife habitat, and mitigation against increasing weather volatility. Together, NRCS and producers invest in solutions that conserve natural resources for the future while also improving agricultural operations. This program provides 70 to 90% cost share to plan and implement practices that help both your farm and the environment. Popular practices in Michigan include high tunnels, cover crops, prescribed grazing, nutrient management, and forest management plans. The Conservation Stewardship Program, also called CSP, helps agricultural producers maintain and improve their existing conservation systems and adopt additional conservation activities to address priority resource concerns. Participants earn CSP payments for conservation performance. The higher the performance, the higher the payment. For example, we can look at ways to address the amount of soil loss, mitigate the impact of excess water, reduce the contribution of agricultural operations to airborne soil particles and greenhouse gas emissions, improve the cover, food, and water available for domestic and wildlife species, or promote energy efficiencies for on-farm activities. If you are already taking steps to improve the condition of the land, chances are CSP can help you find new ways to meet your goals. CSP participants are seeing real results. Some of these benefits include enhanced resiliency to weather and market volatility, decreased need for agricultural inputs, improved wildlife habitat conditions. Now I'll turn it over to my FSA counterpart, Savannah, for the following portion.
Hey, thanks, Daishan. So CRP is a land conservation program administered by the Farm Service Agency. In exchange for a yearly rental payment, farmers enrolled in the program agree to remove environmentally sensitive land from agricultural production and plant species that will improve environmental health and quality. Contracts for land enrolled in CRP are from 10 to 15 years in length. The long-term goal of the program is to reestablish valuable land cover to help improve water quality, prevent soil erosion, and reduce loss of wildlife habitat. A sign-up incentive payment of 32.5% of the first full year annual rental payment is paid at contract approval on all newly enrolled continuous CRP contract acreage. A practice incentive payment of up to 50% is paid for installing the practice. So in return for establishing long-term resource conserving covers, FSA provides annual rental payments at 90% of the existing rates to eligible CRP continuous participants based on per acre cropland and marginal pastureland rental rates in your area, plus a 10% inflationary adjustment determined by FSA. For the Climate Smart Practice Incentive, FSA provides an incentive of 3, 5, or 10% for CRP practices that will increase carbon sequestration, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and otherwise are climate smart practices. FSA provides a 20% rental rate incentive for CRP water quality practices that will improve water quality by reducing sediment loading, nutrient loading, and harmful algal blooms. Cost share of up to 50% of the reimbursable cost of installing the practices may be available. In grassland CRP, USDA contracts with agricultural producers to help landowners and operators protect grasslands, including rangeland, pastureland, and certain other lands, while also maintaining the area as grazing lands. The Grassland CRP program is a working lands program. It permits producers to graze, harvest hay, and perform seed production while receiving an annual rental payment for maintaining the existing permanent cover that is offered. FSA provides CRP grasslands participants with annual rental payments and cost share assistance in return for conserving the grazing lands according to an eligible conservation plan. FSA bases the rental rates on 75% of the cash rent data provided by the National Agricultural Statistics Service, or NASS, plus a climate smart practice incentive. Cost share is available to participants if fencing or livestock watering facilities are needed to facilitate grazing distribution. However, boundary fences are not eligible for cost share assistance. The Emergency Conservation Program, also called ECP, helps farmers and ranchers to prepare for damage to farmlands. The Emergency Conservation Program helps farmers and ranchers to repair damage to farmlands caused by natural disasters and to help put in place methods for water conservation during severe drought. The ECP does this by giving ranchers and farmers assistance in up to 90% cost share to repair the damaged farmland or to install methods for water conservation. For land to qualify for ECP funds, the damage from the natural disaster or severe drought must create new conservation problems that, if not dealt with, would either further damage the land, significantly affect the land's productive capacity, represent damage from natural disaster, unusual for an area. An exception to this is damage from wind erosion, or be too costly to repair without federal assistance in order to return the land to agricultural production. A similar program is the Emergency Forest Restoration Program, which helps the owners of non-industrial private forests restore forest health damaged by natural disasters. There are also specialized cost share programs for horticultural production. The Tree Assistance Program, also called TAP, helps orchardists and nursery tree growers by covering up to 90% of the cost to replant or rehabilitate eligible trees, bushes, and vines damaged by natural disasters and eligible plant disease. These are just some of the most popular cost share payment and lending programs offered by USDA. There's also programs for types of production, such as livestock indemnity program. The Livestock Indemnity Program, or LIP, provides benefits to livestock producers for livestock death in excess of normal mortality caused by adverse weather or by attacks by animals reintroduced into the wild by the federal government. LIP payments are equal to 75% of the average fair market value of the livestock. The Emergency Assistance for Livestock, Honeybees, and Farm-Raised Fish Program, also called ELAP, provides financial assistance to eligible producers of livestock, honeybees, and farm-raised fish for losses due to disease, certain adverse weather events, or loss conditions, including blizzards and wildfires, as determined by the Secretary. ELAP assistance is provided for losses not covered by other disaster assistance programs. ELAP provides assistance for livestock feed and grazing losses that are not due to drought or wildfires on federally managed lands, losses resulting from the cost of transporting water to livestock due to an eligible drought, losses resulting from the additional cost associated with gathering livestock for treatment and/or inspection related to cattle tick fever, losses resulting from the additional cost associated with honeybee feed, colony, and hive losses, obviously referring to bees, and farm-raised fish feed and other death losses. And there's even a program for organic production. The Organic Certification Cost Share Program, also called OCCSP, provides cost share assistance to producers and handlers of agricultural products who are obtaining or renewing their certification under the National Organic Program. Certified operations may receive up to 50% of their certification costs paid during the program year, not to exceed $500 per certification scope. The deadline for the 2021 cost share is passed. However, keep an eye out for the 2022 cost share opportunities. If the previous programs don't fit your farm's financial needs, our farm lending programs may be what you need. Farm operating loans may be used to purchase livestock, farm machinery, or equipment, and to cover normal farm operating costs, minor real estate repairs or improvements, and other essential operational costs. Farm ownership loans can be used to purchase or expand a farm or ranch. This loan can help with paying closing costs, constructing or improving buildings on the farm, or to help conserve and protect soil and water resources. Farm storage facility loans provide low interest financing to build or upgrade facilities to store commodities. Eligible facility types include grain bins, hay barns, bulk tanks, and facilities for cold storage. Drying and handling and storage equipment is also eligible, including storage and handling trucks. Microloans are a type of operating or farm ownership loan. They're designed to meet the needs of small and beginning farmers or for non-traditional and specialty operations by easing some of the requirements and offering less paperwork. Each year, a portion of FSA loan funds are set aside for new and beginning and minority farmers and women farmers to buy and operate a farm or ranch. FSA's Guaranteed Loan Program helps family farmers and ranchers to obtain loans from USDA approved commercial lenders at a reasonable terms to buy farmland or finance agricultural production. FSA will guarantee farm loans through a commercial lender for up to $1.825 million. So no matter which of these programs you're interested in, the first step is registering your farm with USDA. Registering your farm allows you to apply for FSA, NRCS, and RMA programs. To get your farm number, contact your local USDA service center to schedule an appointment. You can find your local service center online at offices.usda.gov/locator. Linguist services are also available by request for your appointment. So that concludes our introduction to USDA production income safety nets. Oh, I'm sorry. For cost share, rental payments, and farm lending programs. So we'd like to now hear from you and answer your questions. So what questions do you have? What are your experiences working with USDA, and how can we better serve your
con
farming
USDA
community?
y cómo podemos ayudarlo?
Did we receive any
Thanks,
questions?
everyone. For those that are watching the video live, if you have questions and questions and comments for the panelists, please drop those in the comment box below the video, and we will answer them as they come in. We need like a Jeopardy song in the background or something.
Thanks, Jen. It's now playing in my head.
You're welcome, Savannah. So we'll give it a minute to see if any questions roll in. If not, we really appreciate your time this evening, and we'll let you get on with it a little earlier.
Yeah, and thank you to our amazing linguists, Anna and Sherlyn today. You guys were great.
Agreed. Thank you both very much.
Hey, and great job with presentation.
Thanks. One more shout out to anybody watching. If you have questions or comments, please drop them in the comment box below the video. Give it about 30 seconds.
Si alguien tiene preguntas, por favor, envíelas por medio de la caja de comentarios que está abajo del video.
Gracias, Ana. I think that's it, you guys. No questions. So thank you again for coming tonight. We really appreciate you all, and we look forward to keeping in touch. Bye. Have a good night.
Adiós. Buenas
Gracias.
noches.
Adiós.
This concludes our programming for the